What's up, guys, and welcome to the stream again. It's a new day, it's a new opportunity, and today we are going to be hopping into the lower bracket because, well, upper bracket finals aren't set yet, and it means that we still need those players towards the, well, today it's an actual elimination game, so the loser here will be going home. And as we're seeing those first steps, Volke starts off with a very nice kill there. But meanwhile, the whole team is basically already dead. I'm not entirely sure if we skip the beat here. But, well, this is basically how it's going at the moment. We have a funky situation. So it's Prestige going against XI, the two Danish duos, a little bit of a derby again. And it's kind of nice to see it. I'm not entirely sure if the HUD bugged up just a second ago, but hopefully it makes sense in a way, because none of this actually makes sense at the moment. I'm trying to understand what's going on at the server. Yes, one of the players is entirely surrounded. Hopefully we're not going to have this issue later on. It's like some kind of a bug with the HUD, so yeah. But yeah, until it just got fixed. So the maps that we're going to be playing today is going to be Ancient. That is the pick out of XI. After that, we're hopping into Inferno. That is the pick coming from Prestige. And if we need it, we are going to be hopping into Nuke. That will be the map that we are going to be chilling in. Is it still wrong? No, now it's actually looking good. Craig even has those scuba diver goggles there, so it seems to be okay. So here we are. So XI on the T side, just trying to look for a way in here. And so far so good. The buy coming out of Prestige. They can basically go for the basic utility here, extensions. But for XI, this is just going to be a pistol round. If they could get a kill, maybe plant a bomb, that's basically the way to go here. Of course, if you can grab a weapon early on, that's going to be huge. But at the moment, most of the fight's not really landing their way. It's going to be that first kill, like we were talking about, but they still need to get that bomb down. Mizzy, it's a bit shook by that nade, but still okay. Definitely able to go for a fight, especially with the backup coming from his team. And it's going to be the little sloppy USB shot there at the end to shut it down. And so far, so good. Only losing a weapon. That was the MP9 at the end of the world, of course. The MP9 wanted to farm 600 bucks per kill, so you get 5 of those. That's 3K for you. You even can use that weapon on the next upcoming round as a bonus. And the economy is going to bloom. Looking at the early utility, just the standard for middle. Nobody's there to go for any crazy plays. Meanwhile, we still have a couple of MP9s equipped here, of course, from the previous round, but it's going to be the wall of AKs going against them. Not a singular Galil, so there's a little bit of utility here in use, but it is not going to be stacked up in a way that it was supposed to be. That's going to be one of the MP9s dropped. Already a push coming towards the pit. That's going to be the Molotov as well. And beautiful kill coming in from Molo. Still trying to extend it. Nikki, he could actually find a ridiculous timing here if he pushes at the perfect timing. That flash is going to help him out a little bit, especially with the push from pit. The smoke to cover up the door to give them just a little bit more space to work with. That's going to be the jump. They still get the kills, but it's going to be the trades that works for Prestige. It's a 2 versus 2, even though the trades are very close to being stable. It is the map control and the information that works for Prestige. Of course, the A side has been lost. So as long as they deliver that bomb from the A main, they should get a plant here. For a second there, it looked like they could have lost the bomb too. The Iva push just a little bit sloppy there. And at the moment, it seems like we're still having the similar problems from yesterday, so hopefully it stables up. Just a slow round. Sometimes you can just take a bit of a chill away. That is going to be a couple of the kills there, and they are going to be retaken aside. Yeah, I need to. Hopefully that gets fixed. Apologies for that. Having a bit of an issue at the moment where the feed that we're watching is a little lagging so much that it's coming a couple of minutes late. So hopefully we can get some kind of a buffer here. Now it seems to be working a little bit better. So I'll be back into it. Here we are. That's got to be the middle push from the Pistols trying to overwhelm one of the players. Missy does win the first fight. And seems like we're getting a bit of a push here at the same time. We have a player behind the lines. Basically no information. That's the only worrisome part. The bomb. Heading towards the A side. A bit of a pop-up through the smoke. Doesn't really work out. Trying to get that bomb down. They can actually right now do it. Now the question is, can they hold on to it? A couple of weapons have been found in the round like this. It is going to work out a little bit better for them. Sinzi doesn't have armor. That's a bit of a problem. So it's still very doable. Prestige. They have to be careful with this retake, especially thinking about the fact that they don't want to lose that much money behind the box. It's going to be the first line of defense. Stesso comes out with a kill on Nikki. That's a quick trade coming in from his teammate, but a very well defended round. And Zinzi will be the one to clutch it quickly after all of the commotion. And up we go. Early smokes and middle control basically goes for the side of XI. That's sneaky. Already with the first kill onto Craig. Try to challenge that Cheetah. It's not going to work out that well for him. And right now, it seems like XI, they're setting up a play just a little bit closer towards that B side. That could be the way to go right now. Especially looking that they're giving a little bit more space. They're focusing too much on that A main region at the moment. And few, especially with the smoke being used already, they can actually push on to the side. Just be careful of the first salvo of the drill. They're supposed to be okay. The bomb definitely can be planted now, and that's going to be the call for the rotation. From every single crook and canny, there's going to be a player pushing in. And this is where the focus is needed. A bit of a boost on top of the smoke doesn't really work out. They do the damage, but almost lose a player. That's going to be Stesso to bring it back to a 4 versus 4. Now the HP advantage actually goes to the side of XI, but it's the placement. They're very open at the moment. Have to be careful, especially of that pit push. Stesso, the only job he has is to focus on it. And Prestige, it seems like they're actually going for a call here to save the weapons. Only to fight for the exit frags. That's going to be enough. One of the weapons does fall. It's going to be Few to go for the fight. Does go down, and they do lose 3 of the weapons, but to be honest, they do enough damage to make this expensive for the side of Prestige as well. They do save 2 of the weapons, but they did lose every single rifle there was. And that's going to be 3 weapons for them, a lost round. And for the XI, they can buy up fully to the brim and still go for more. Here we go. Smoke to fend off the middle, but getting just a little bit too comfortable with the push. Skaze basically runs into and holding up. That's not the way to start off a round like this. Full K did a very good job with one of those save the weapons to drop one. The problem is, of course, they can't pick up that weapon, but they have a little bit more information. Him being also a bit more dynamic helps out. The problem is he does misses the shot there. At the moment, the push is coming through. They do lose the fight. And a side falls to the hands of XI. Bomb will be planted without any problems. Stesso even drops down. Wait a minute, what's happening at the moment? Here we are. So yeah. Right now this push is almost going to be impossible. If they want to go for the pick of that weapon, that would be the one way to do it. Few drops Mizzy, so the potential is actually dropping down at the moment. A couple of the players are a little bit low. And off we go. Even with the explosion and a one round, they do lose a couple of the players afterwards. They seem to be okay. Let's see if I can get another clean feed here. Seems like we had a fix right now, so let's see if it actually works. I'm gonna put this over here. Mute this side. There we go. Did we actually fix the problem? I think so. Oh, this is so much better. We're back, boys. Now I can actually finally see what I'm casting. So, I can actually say it right now. Welcome to the stream. Finally, we get a problem fixed. And this time around, it actually seems to be working very well. So, we had a little bit of a hiccup where the feat that I was using to cast, I could not actually see what the hell was happening. It just, it was just buffering all the time. But at the moment, it's working very well. So, yeah, back into the action. This is going to be round number 9, XI, with a 3-round straight there. Almost taking the control of this map, but meanwhile, the middle control is starting to look very good for the side of Prestige. That's going to be the quick execution of the middle push. Skaze trying to use that utility for his advantage. Doesn't really work out this time around. Meanwhile, They are going to be backing out, just giving it just a little bit more space. Going for those setups. There we go. That's going to be the kill from Stesso. Got just the kill onto Maul. Meanwhile, rest of the players still looking for a way, and that's the one-to-one trade that they were trying to avoid. Prestige still rocking some very good numbers here on Ancient on their enemy's map pick, so they actually want to continue this, of course. As many rounds on the CT side, the better. That's a very nice drill. Does a little bit damage on the Missy. Wakes him up. So he knows that that's not gonna be that's not the best place to stand in. That's gonna be the double boost here towards the cave. Any of the players wanting to go for a quick pick, it's not gonna be a good time. Catches the information, and Craig understands that there's no good reason to stand there. That's gonna be the quick spread towards the pit. A double entry attempt. And a very good reaction from the CT side. That defense lands perfectly. Meanwhile, Froslev, not entirely sure how to pronounce that name. Froslev? How do you pronounce that O? Froslev. I'm just trying things here. Teamwork goes to make the dream work. And at that point, the singular player can't really do much at that point. But, you know, it is what it is. And right here, it starts to get a little bit interesting. So Tactical Plows coming out at XI on their own map pick. The T side not really bearing the fruit that they were looking for. There are still 3 rounds to be played for, so they could actually bring this to a tie. The issue is, looking at Prestige's own CT side so far, the defense actually has been very on point. Especially on some of those occasions. Very nice reactions. The question is, what kind of a T side are we going to get from them? So this could even be a 3-map series. We have seen a lot of Nuke so far. Danes, they love it. Here we go. That's the early kill from Nikki B. Missy catches one at the same time as well. So, a couple of the players being dropped already. It's kind of funky that they're so spread with those utility, just with a couple of pistols that they had. You always want to see them play together just a little bit more on the pistol round, but that's Counter-Strike. Nice reactions coming out of Missy. Catches the first kill on the right. Very quick reactions to the left. Sharp as well. No panic on that spray. Does his job just like it's supposed to be done. Right now, the amount of rounds are being depleted from the board Prestige. If they could get the last couple of 2 rounds here, that would be a ridiculous start to this best of 3. And maybe even a quick ending to it as well. That's going to be the early Molotov, and this time around the question is anybody going to be testing it? No. Just a bit of a counter Molotov there towards the middle, so the CTs can't really angle that spot very well. But so far it's basically been the same utility. We haven't really seen that much of a change. So, for XI to not cover it with a smoke if they want to go for the full spread, it's a little bit questionable. Maybe they want to just check out the situations. That's a quick kill from Stesso. Meanwhile, Volke gets a similar one. Oh god, Missy. It seems like he had the angle there, but Skage is just a little bit quicker on that readjustment. There's a little bit of a gap on that smoke. He spots both of the players jumping over. And it's going to be Frostlev, meanwhile, on the other side of the map to catch that kill. A 3 versus 2 with a pop flash flashing down. And a Molotov to cover off the backside of that box. Cincy just goes for the full spread. It's the kill on the Frostlev. And now it's a straight 2 versus 2. A smoke to fake out the push. This is a very intelligent play so far, and it seems to be working. Skaze is just trying to monitor what's happening over there. Meanwhile, from the main, oh god, he really needed to win that fight. The problem is Cincy. At the moment, he's just hunting. Couple of very important kills so far. to make this round happen. And Xi, they will find their fort. Looking at the money from the side of Prestige, a couple of very nice round victories, so they have basically enough money to buy for a full couple of rounds here. There we go. They can easily buy back in without even thinking about saving that up, so bringing back the AK from that round is going to be the superior weapon. Here we go. Early kill from Few. Having a very bad first map yesterday. Terrain wasn't his cup of tea, but after that on Nuke, and if I remember correctly, it was on Anubis. It was actually banging some ridiculous shots, which his team really needed at that point. Who picks map number 1? I don't understand the map pin. There's literally a logo on it. Whose it is? What? So, if you see, for example, Xi's logo is on Ancient, so it means they picked it. Inferno was the pick out of Prestige, and Nuke is the decider. Meanwhile, a bit of a scramble there on middle, but Mizzy wins that last fight to make it an 8. So it's 8-4. Not the worst spot to be at. I see, yeah. If you're watching from a phone, I do understand that the images are very small. In my opinion, they should just make it a little bit larger. Maybe put the numbers very next to the names or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but it is what it is. Off we go. Yeah, you can check it on HLTV too, but if we have a HUD where it's being shown, in my opinion, to just fix it. Just make it a little bit larger. Because most of the people do watch these games on like a phone screen, tablet, something like that. I do understand. So it's a little bit too pixelated. Small in general. Like the PP. So, pistol round, and we do see a P2PD and a couple of dualies coming out there. The defense really focusing on those scramble fights. This is just going to be a split from middle. A side seems to be the target, and utility has been shown. So X side, they're getting a little bit of a warning shot, especially with some of the positioning from Prestige. This is taking way too long. If they want to go for a fake, this could work out. Oh, at the moment, they're going for a little bit of a double fake just with the time here to grill them. Maybe if they want to go for a little bit of information, they could catch them off guard, but that's going to be the flash. One pop flash for the push. It's got to be on top of the platform. Gets a little bit sloppy, but Missy, Folke, and Nikki, every single trio gets the kills, but Craig comes out with a triple of his own by himself. Okay. USB for the win, I guess. Meanwhile, the bomb will be planted, but it's going to be that double push from Ruins. And now they have to go for the right guess. Meanwhile, Volke almost decided to go for the full B-side push. And catches one of the kills before the smoke blooms. That's the right play. Making a little bit noise on the run. That's a 10-second defuse. At the moment, the angle is a little bit wrong. Volke, he doesn't understand that this is actually happening. Finally, he's decided... Craig catches a 4K and a full 10-second defuse? Okay. You don't see that every day. What in the world was that? So from the cross, he got a triple with a USB. Okay, that can happen. Craig has those moments. But then a 10-second defuse right in front of the enemy. That just gets a little bit too nutty. The only thing was missing from that was a 5k, so... But hey, who am I to judge? If it works, it works. I think he heard him defusing, but he thought it was a fake, especially because it took more than 5 seconds. He wasn't believing that he actually had kits. But meanwhile, that's going to be a couple of the traits. This is still a buy round from the side of Prestige. But it's going to be MP9s to absolutely mow them down like a blender. Straight into the machine. Pros don't fake. Well, it seems like it today. But who, on a pistol round, who actually goes for a full 10-second defuse knowing where the enemy is? That is just insane. But yeah, sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. So, we're seeing a similar middle hold here. Nice boost for the lane here. That's going to be Cincy with a quick peek on the Missy. The absolute domination on the map control at the moment from the side of XI. It looks spot on. Gets a little bit sloppy. They do get the kill with the Glock, but that's just a single weapon lost. Not the end of the world. They could actually pick it up. So that Galil will be turned into an M4. And for Frostlev, if he wants to go nuke killer with that deagle, he kind of has to do it now. It's going to be the last Galil to find a mark. And yeah, every potential weapon has been found. And this is going to be the actual buy round. The round that really turns the wheels. So XI, they're very close to bringing this back into a doable state, especially as it's going to be tied on their CT side, their side of the map, their map pick. But the question is, what does Prestige have under their sleeves? Is this going to be a ridiculous T-side that we're about to see? I have no idea. So, early utility will be spent. That's the molly to try to make the lane players a little bit more focused. Cincy just jumps into that fight. Greg actually finds a kill through the smoke. That's similar trades at the moment. So, the HP is almost equal. And at the moment, there's a very high deficit towards the A side, and there's a ridiculous rotation coming in. They're just calling this as an A hit, even though the players are literally waiting outside the B main. And this is just getting a little bit too close to comfort. B side fully open. The read from the side of Prestige is going to be nailed on point. Oh, God. X-rays turned on. So, from XI, this is basically going to be a dry retake without any of the information where the players are. It actually plays a little bit against Prestige because they don't feel comfortable taking better spots. They have no idea where the players are. The same goes for XI at this point, so the longer it takes for them to actually push into this retake, the worse it's got to be. They do have the kits, but they're just going to call this off. 10 seconds left on the clock. They know how hard it is. Oh, the call for that A side is going to be the one to kill them. Volke even hits the shot on the skates. You would think that he had the better angle there, but it doesn't work out. And that is round number 9 for Prestige. Oh boy. Nine to 7. 2 rounds of a lead. XI, of course, still not in any financial problems as they can buy in easily. Quick peek coming in from Cincy. He's been very vocal at the start of these rounds so far. Always catching that early kill. Nobody's actually holding the lane, so opening up those smokes don't do really much. I'm not entirely sure if that flash was supposed to hit the wall. I think he wanted to go over it, but doesn't matter. Nobody's there to receive it anyway, so doesn't really do much. Meanwhile, XI, they're going for very insane side plays so far. They have 4 players posting towards the B side. So if Prestige, they decide to go for the A side play, there's literally just a player holding on to it. And some of these calls at the moment, they're just a little bit too reckless. But we'll see if it works. For Oslev, first one in line. That's going to be the quick trade from Missy. So another 1-to-1. They still have the mad advantage. Now the question is, what will be the call? Still noise being made towards the B side. XI at the moment seems to be reading this as a fake. Or just noise. Rotating one extra player towards the middle. That's going to be the right call. For a second there, it looked like Sinzi was about to leave the site too. Off we go. Top shot, that miss. Bomb planted. One of the players very low on HP. Few is gonna catch a shot there. Niki has to be very careful. At the moment, he's just challenging a little bit too much. Now, this could actually work. They have a double set up towards the pit. And I don't think one of the players actually spotted it. But inside the smoke, Niki is going to catch the kill. And oh boy, this could actually work out. Mizzy. The only thing he has to do is just stay alive. That's going to be one of the kills. And he goes for the quick trade. 10 on the board. XI. The early fights, they definitely go for the CT side. Even after getting traded, that's not that big of a deal. The problem is that they can't really stick to these sites. They keep going for ridiculous rotations, leaving empty sites again and again and again. And right now, it's playing right into the pockets of Prestige. A couple of stacked rounds towards that A side, and it really turns loose. Prestige basically going just against the starting pistols. There's a Deagle and a 5.7, and that's the only hope they have so far. No armor. Niki just farming with that MP, Mac 10, sorry. That's gonna be the flash for the CT. Of course, he flashes his own teammate. You can just throw it a little bit higher. Doesn't do anything. There's a close hold on the left. Craig. Oh, does he check it? Oh, he might actually get knifed. Yeah. That's gotta be the simple moment. You can feel it. Taste the rainbow. Stesso. Stealing. Oh, wait a minute. He didn't. Yeah, he didn't actually steal anything. There wasn't anything to steal. On the side, Frostlev. Jinx the player. The problem is trying to hit those rest of the shots. USP is a little bit unpredictable sometimes. And off we go. So, on a round like this, a very important round. XI, they get to buy in again. And right now, the early fight's not really working out for them. That's at least going to be this trade. A quick push, but Skace comes out with a triple. This is actually starting to look a little bit better right now. Prestige deciding to go for that one quick play. And it really falls flat. Volke does get the quick trade. Oh boy, Niki is actually hearing every single step at the moment, especially from the rotation, but blows his load by unloading onto that smoke. Molotov pushes him away, and this could be the play to try to open up that B side again. This has been a problem for XI, going for way too quick trades. Oh boy, that's actually another kill for Volcade, bringing it back to a 2 versus 2. But now the question is Niki ready for a player to be on the right? And he wins the fight too. Skaze left with barely any HP to play around with. It is going to be the double peak, but he catches one of the kills, brings it to a 1 versus 1. Both of the players similar HP, doesn't matter. 2 bullets versus 1, but this is just going to be the fake. Skaze doesn't bite into it. He's just gonna wait for that bomb to be planted. Niki goes for another attempt. And another pick towards the long. Skaze just waiting for that opportunity. And it's all about the play and the timing. Skaze, I'm not entirely sure what he's waiting for. But he's playing this basically well at the moment. If Nikki walks in front of him, he might have no idea what's happening, and that's gonna be the full ace. Skaze! Absolutely by himself. Saves this round, even picks up the op. Has the time to go for the defuse. And, oh boy, I have to say, Nikki, that was the right play. The problem is, he just didn't... Skaze just plays it better. There's no way somebody waits for that long in front of the middle opening. Nikki couldn't believe it. Here we go. 11-8. Economy, of course, after a round like that, almost losing everything, is not gonna look well. Cincy still affording the op. With a couple of the entries he's had, still 7-14. That's gotta be the nade to open up the smoke. There was a little bit of an attempt from Nikki, so if Craig decided to chill there, that's not gonna be a good time for him. A nade to open up the smoke. And trying to take a peek towards that lane. That's gonna be Skaze with the kill on the Mold, the hero from the last round. He's going to be traded instantly. Right now, Craig looking for a little bit of a better spot here on Twist. And the other players wanted to push into that cave. That's a simple clear. Few catches the timing on the Frostlev. And just listen to this. Both of the players getting a little bit closer towards that lane. So that's going to be the quick rotation. Cincy drops Nikki, but that's going to be the quick trade from Falke. Meanwhile, towards the cave. Oh, he's not just ready for that. That no-scope was very close. But it doesn't hit the target. And Mizzy, as he's being left alone in a 1 versus 3. Economical damage could be the way to go. He catches the first kill, so that's actually something. But for the second one, it's not going to work out. 9-11, just 2 rounds away from a tie. And 2 rounds away for Prestige to actually win this map. And some of these decisions are going to be a bit harder right now. Right now, we are just waiting for the round to start. So, a good moment for the teams to have a bit of a conversation here. How they actually want to go through this. Early nades being spent there. And a missed op shot. Not really hitting the target, but enough noise being made to scare some of the players away. And that's going to be the first attempt from middle. Good catch onto Missy. A bit of a dink there, but doesn't really scare him. He's still actually going for more. That's going to be Nikki with a kill. Falke comes out with the second one. That nade. Ooh, straight underneath his feet. A full mine. And CZ is not scared to go for that op shot. Does hit it. That's Zerg's dominance. Now, Prestige, they want to assert their footing onto that B side. But look at the call again. Both of the players leaving the site for free. And Prestige, they actually get one of the best chances to get that bomb down right now. And this is so much space for the players. They could actually, even if they get lucky, find a weapon here. I think it was the MP9 that he went for. A hit shot with that op, but it doesn't get the kill. Now it's going to be the challenge towards the long Falke. He needed that kill. It's going to be another attempt, knowing that both of the players are getting close. That's going to be the quick trade, and they do win the round. But again, a bit of a call-out from XI. I do understand middle was open. You want to have some eyes over there. You can retake the B side, but every single chance, just a little bit of a throw. Sorry, not a throw. Just a little bit of a mistake. Just one mistake on that push. And there it goes. 11-10. Just a round away from tie. Prestige, they're thinking about the same thing to bring this to at least a map point. And after that, one more round and we're heading into Inferno. The first Inferno in a while, so that will be interesting. Early damage. None. A failed boost there. Skaze really hungry to push into that lane. When it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Meanwhile, this will be just a little bit of a slower round from the side of Prestige. Looking for a way in, maybe a mistake from any of the players here on the side of XI. High flash. Anybody who wants to push in from the pit, they're gonna see some things. That's gonna be the smoke for it. So, some of the utility being used. That's gonna be the push coming in towards the A main. Ooh, phew, he had the right idea. The problem is the swing was just a little bit too much for Breslev. He plays that situation to perfection. That's going to be Skaze with a kill, but meanwhile, the real push pulls out a utility at the worst possible timing, and that is going to be the trade. A double man advantage at the moment, and a double kill from the cave as well. The perfect peak for the perfect player. Mole doesn't even take damage. 12 on the board. And that's how quickly it can all go to shit here. Just a round more to shut this down. XI starting to feel the shakes here on their own map. This is the lower bracket run. And Missy with this round already starting with the first kill. That's going to be Nikki with another one. And already they're dropping like flies. A side fully open. Players actually taking the control of it. And XI to retake this round would actually be insane. 1 versus 5. Barely any damage done. Zinzi will be the only one to try to go against the rest of the players. That's even got to be the nade right on top of him. Oh boy. And a nice spray. He does get the kill, but the problem is there's always the opportunity for a trade, and it is done. We are done with map number 1. That's Ancient. Just wrapped up underneath the scales, and I have to say that for XI, on a couple of rounds, looking very good. Early kills were on point. The problem is everything else after that basically just fell flat. But yeah, we are going to be hopping into another map, and that's going to be Inferno. That is the pick out of Prestige. And I have to say, if they look like that on map number 1, I would be surprised if it was anything else than that. So let's take a little bit of a break and hop into Inferno and check out what's about to happen on that map. welcome to the stream. We are getting ready as we're going to be hopping into Inferno. And I'm not going to say that it's going to be the last map of today. But we do actually have another best of 3 anyways. But at the moment I have to say Xi on their own map pick. Even though they did climb back to that 10, the problem is that Prestige just looked a lot more in tune with that map. And especially that we are going to be hopping into their own pick, that's where it gets a little bit worrisome. That's going to be the smoke for the cross for that B side. It's going to be the overhand smoke, the correct way to throw it. Meanwhile, push through that smoke is not going to work out. Volke, Mizzy, especially Mizzy on that double. That name has been popping up many times today. And as quickly as that, the bomb will be planted, and basically the round is done. The last 2 duelies looking for a way to hold on to those weapons. Maybe even get a couple of kills here, but there's not much they can do. Those weapons could be okay, especially with the armor in the next round. They could drop the pistols for another player, buy an MP9 for themselves. So 4 of the players would be stacked, and the last one could go for a armor 577 up. So basically that's a buy. But the reality is that it's going to be a weaker buy. You will be burning basically everything out of your bank at that moment. So if you don't win a round, it's not a good time. I wouldn't hate the full idea of saving, especially after losing one of the weapons. Armor and pistols gone. Now the question is, what are they going to go for? Maybe like a 5.7... Oh, we're seeing an MP9. Few could drop those dualies. That's exactly what's about to happen. So he goes for a pistol. Drops the dualies. Yeah, okay. Works out. Right now we'll see what's about to happen. Oh, that was a little bit lucky. Underneath the armpit. Grenade throw. Almost an NA nade. That's going to be the double nade setup. Nice catch at the start. Even shoot him all the... Oh, Missy. He's definitely tuned in today. He's very aware of the player on the corner. The problem is he does get dropped, but it's enough damage for his teammate to catch that quick kill. And as the last player towards that B side, there's not much Skaze can do, even with the rotation coming out of his teammate. This is going to be a tough one. Nikki. The kill onto Skaze, even though he catches one with the 5.7. And for Stesso, especially after getting dinked, this is not going to be an easy retake. Not a fun time. Right now, the best that Stesso could do is a mistake ninja defuse or catch a player off guard. That's basically it. So, not an easy situation to be at. Quick attempt there. Volke was ready for that, so no issues at all. Especially saving 3 weapons for the next round. This is more than enough. An ace a little bit earlier today. I think it was from Skaze, if I remember. Was it from Sins? I don't remember. Was it from Skaze? Already forgot. Dementia. Those are going to be the double nade stacks. Anybody who wants to go for that middle peak, especially if they want to go for a lower pit push, they're not going to have a good time there, but it was not going to happen. They want to go for the B-side stack. Might have just executed a little bit too early with the CT push. And this is basically almost a clean round. Only losing 1 player, not the end of the world. Mercato. Catch a little bit damage to the smoke. It's a little bit chaotic at the moment. At the end of the day, Few does catch the kill on the first Lev, and that's going to be Skate with the second kill onto Mole. So, They don't get the necessary trades. They do a little bit damage. A lot of utility there to confuse the situation. And as they are pushing a little bit closer towards that B side, it's all about those first kill. Oh, Few actually comes out with another one and still plays time. That's going to be the Molotov as well. Does a little bit of damage. And right now, Nuke finally catches one of the first kills here. And Craig already with the support out of his team. That's going to be the Molotov for the new box. And smoke to cover up to Cross. A bit of a peek there, but it's not going to amount to a kill. Not even a shot. Great catch from Nuke. Now the question is, can they make this expensive? He almost went for the correct choice, but that's a quick trade coming out. Nuke at least drop one of the players. Dropping down his teammate. Now it's going to be the push coming in from Banana. And from the CT at the same time, Nuke readjusts to that corner. Knows that there's a player there. Goes for the quick peek. It's a 1v1. Spots the last player. Could this be the other ace? And that is Tesso just cheating out of the sight. Nuke. He might have just played this round. 4 kills already. 32 HP. To bring it to a 1v1, 7 seconds for that defuse. It's definitely going to go down. And Stesso after the repick. And I think Nuke, he has a little bit of an inkling that the push might be coming from the Banana. Stesso just walks right in front of it. It's going to be a full ace. XI from a 5v2. With the most control of this map. They still lose it. And it's another ace. This time around, it's going to be Prestige. Oh, God. That has to be demoralizing. I've never seen anybody getting played like that. Oh, God. He literally had the joystick right up his ass. But if it works, it works. Another great pick at the start, just over the broken wall there. Sorry, the half wall. And close angle. It's got to be the Mac 10 to find a readjustment. Today, the Danes, they are looking good. Prestige. Looks like they're on another level here. They're playing so well as a team right now. As long as they can actually keep this up, I wouldn't be surprised that this could be a quick one. 4 rounds on the board, looking for a 5th. That's got to be the flash from middle. Enough to make Cincy think that there might be players close, so he's going to take a chill pill. Meanwhile, the boost towards the B side. I think they might have spotted just the inkling out of Craig. That's going to be the damage done a little bit through the coffin box there. This is Nuke just making sure that anybody from middle there will be handled. Meanwhile, there is a push coming out from Maul. Skase comes out with the first kill here. So this throws a bit of a spanner into the mix. Oh, Maul. Beautiful read off the second mid push. Catches the player there. So that's basically A side fully open. And at the moment, the team play from Prestige, they're reading some of these rounds very well. I do have to say some insane reads so far. And for Skase and Craig, the best thing they can actually go for is to save those 2 weapons. It's got to be the FAMAS and the AK. But so far, this has been very one-sided. There we go. The explosion marks the setup. Right now, we're running into a new one. So that's 5 rounds on the board. Round number 6 coming up. And, well, with the set of these 2 weapons, they can actually buy up fully easily, even saving a little bit of cash. No compromises. But this time around, it's just going to be a quick wraparound from the arch. This is just going to be a quick play. They're already on a CT side. Nobody's actually holding long. And XI, they have been basically being played out off their own map so far. Map control so far. Stesso does catch a nice kill. That's going to be the nade to drop down Maul. So, another 3 versus 5. Volke ready to push in. Nikki catches one. That's going to be Volke with the second kill from the arch. Just basically a push right in front of his eyes. And look at this. Bamboozled again. B side fully open. It's going to be the mass rotation from A to try to do something to try to catch this round. And the bomb will be planted. There it is. They can hear the shots coming in. That's going to be 3 of the players pushing in. Volke catches one. That nade is going to be perfect. Sinzi catching a face full of it. Nikki, the only thing he has to do is just wait. The hold at the moment is immaculate. Prestige, they just secured another round. After losing Chu and that quick push, it just all goes to shit. The B-side players, they extend way too far, way too quickly, especially after those 2 kills. I would understand before it, you have to go for something. The problem is, XI, they did get their kills. The only thing you have to do is just pull back away from that situation. Pull away from it. Tick, tick goes the bomb. And again, a couple of the weapons will be safe. They can go for another buy. It gets a little bit expensive, but with the drops, they can go for a full. And in about a second, we're about to land into a world where XI, they really need to start to win some rounds here. This is starting to look very one-sided. So, hopefully we're going to get some op action so far. That's got to be the smoke towards the banana. First early kill for Craig. Does win the fight, but that's a quick trade coming out of Force Live. And Few was stacked down very low on HP. Right now, it's going to be a pull away from that B side. Utility swapped around with his teammate. That's going to be the burn to make sure that nobody's going to be pushing from the apps. So, quick peek coming out of Stesso to make sure nobody's holding there. But Prestige, they have been playing this very ninja-style gameplay, not really showing their cards. So, even as he goes for that peek, no information still is information, but sometimes it can be false information. And I think this is one of those moments. Getting a little bit closer towards that A side. The bomb will be slowly but surely rotated for this push. Stesso starting to let go. And it seems like they're getting a bit of a call here. Maybe Funnel is starting to read that. Some of these rounds, they have been just full of fakes. That's got to be the smoke for the long. Great pick coming out from the boiler. That op hits the shot. And a spot coming in. Volke, he doesn't have to go for the fight here. Stesso drops the player from the site. And this is starting to get a little bit more awkward at the moment. Bill still comes out. That's got to be the bomb drop. 25 seconds left on the board. I think they just won the round. 3 players can survive for the next one. Nikki trying to do his best to try to grab that bomb and to make this difficult for them. 12 seconds. He's going to go for the deep plant. So at least he is going to be activating it. That's going to be one of the kills. He's going to actually pull this into a 1 versus 2. Now they have to go for the fight. And it's going to be the shot coming in this case. For a second there, it was doable. If he gets behind that box, I don't even want to talk about it. For a round like that to get so close again. Prestige really aren't giving them a chance to make any of these rounds simple. Oh boy. We're getting a very angry line today on the server. And they're looking great. I do have to say, they're looking spot on. Phew, you had to be ready for the push. From an open spot like that, just utility in his hand, there could have been a push through the smoke too. That's a very large mistake right there. But at least Cincy brings it back with his own kill. That's the nade for the second mid. Goes for a full pick. Oh, gets a little bit lucky. That was a double hold. One of the players could have dropped in. Cincy comes out with a second kill onto Maul. So a mad advantage for the side of XI. A nice other kill. That's a triple for him already. Looking very good. That even flashes his own teammate. He does it all. He's got to be the support, the main entry, the carry, and everything at the same time. A sloppy spray, but it works out for the side of Stesso. A kill for him. And now Folke. After all of this, XI is finding some kind of a form here on Inferno. Now the question is, if he could get a similar plant to at least try to make this round expensive, that would be the way to go. The problem is trying to do this with an op is just going to be almost impossible. So, quick peeks coming out, but it's got to be the backstab to work out for the kill. Are they going to go? No. It's so rare to actually see any of the teams go for a double op setup on almost any of the maps anymore, so... Especially on this version of the game where entries with rifles are way too OP. I would love to see what happens if, for example, Valve, just on the next update, they decide to implement like a counter-peeker advantage thing. You have to be perfect on that pick. And to see what actually happens to the scene at that point. It will be very interesting to see what happens. That is gonna be Skaze. A nice kill onto Maul. Another round that starts up with the entry from the side of XI. They haven't actually had any with the defending starting defense kills. The problem is everything after that. The more time is there to play with, the better Prestige has been. It's gotta be the attempt. A smoke to cover up the trap. And that's gonna be the Molly for the second box here. Closing in towards that B side. They're looking for a way in. That's a very nice catch from Few. Through the smoke, drops one. That's gonna be his teammate going down. Forcelet opens up the site, but it's gonna be left to one player, Skaze. With the help needed. A bit of an off-time spray, and it's got to be all the three players at the same time, pushing from the same spot. 25 seconds left on the clock. He's going to go for a full A-side execution. Didn't the player hear him? On the cross? Folke. I think he's going to narrowly actually run on towards that A-side with time. And the bomb is definitely going to go down. So, one of the players very close. He can hear the steps coming in from short. And that definitely is going to call out the rotations. Tesso is going to be the first one in line to go for the fight. If he loses this, a doable 1 versus 2 is going to be left. Couple of steps made towards the side. That's got to be the lineup for Folke to bring it back to a 1 versus 1. And Stesso left into an impossible situation. What a play and what a mistake from XI. Stacking up, hearing the steps from the site. Knowing that he's going to be peeking. The information is so off-cued. And it just happens. Prestige, they take their 7th. XI, a 1 versus 3 with B-side control, hearing the rotation. I'm not entirely sure even what to say at that point. That is a ridiculous mistake. XI. Early utility spent. That's even the deeper smoke. Craig comes out with a triple through the smoke. Okay. This game is starting to get crazy again. A couple of shots through the smoke. Skaze once more. As his teammate already got his. Nikki left confused. After winning a ridiculous round. The full B bash just got absolutely demolished there. I'm actually going to pin that comment. That was a very good comment. Here we go. Now the question is, are we going to see an insane round again? So 2 versus 4. If they could get a clean execution towards that B side, that could be enough. There is still Cincy just making sure that nobody's pushing from the CT side. That's going to be the molly. Make sure that the push is not happening yet. I'm not sure if Skay spotted one of the players. He was very close to that corner. Full K close angle. That's the flash. Cards being shown. There's no reason for... Well, at this point, it's getting closer to the point where they have to go for the save. That's a beautiful flash, but at least Case comes out with a spray there. Good for the boat. XI, they managed to bring their 3rd round. This could have been 4 already. And considering the ace, to be honest, they could be leading at this point. Individual performance from the side of Prestige on this map has been insane so far. Off we go. It's being spent. That's got to be Skays with another triple. That making that a 4K. We don't need to see it. Cameraman at the moment a little bit on the sleep, but a quick push. Skays a 5K. Another ace. That's the 3rd one today. These Danish games, they just seem to be giving us a lot of great shit at the moment, so maybe in the future we just need more Danish games. Especially from this level. Yeah, 3 aces and Skays with 2 of them. Yeah, because that was Skays who got the first ace on Ancient, if I remember correctly. But yeah, let's go. Easy. Starts off the round with a nice shot to the face. This has got to be the last round too, so they went for whatever they can. Nice catch from P to drop down busy. Wait a minute, my microphone just got off. Hopefully it works. From middle at the moment to hold. And XI, they are respecting these pistols, so they're not going to go for anything crazy. That's got to be the smoke. And the only thing they have to do is just keep distance against those pistols. And Prestige, they're just literally walking in some of these little corners here. Frostley at the moment has the middle control, so if Cincy wants to go for any information from middle, it's not going to be a good time for him. That op shot, it has to be on point. Oh god, he gets run down. This is exactly what we're talking about. Nice flash to help out his teammate. That's going to be the 2nd flash. Stesso makes that a double. Accurate with that AK. A nice flash towards the short. And the players have gained a little bit more control, but it's going to be the regain of it. Skays pulls out one in between, but it's got to be Stesso with the triple. Skays with 17 kills. 5 deaths. Literally carrying his team. He almost has all of his teammates' kills combined. That's how bad the situation in a way is. Just 5 away from literally topping everybody in his team. He's just different. He was born different. He was born feet side up. Feet first. Isn't that dangerous? Being born feet first? You want to plop that head as quickly as you can. Five to 7. So, 2 rounds of a lead here. And at this point, looking for a way out here could be the way to try to get some kind of a control. So, on the T side, XI, what can they actually do? I don't think they have even won a pistol today, so... Wait a minute, they might have won one on Ancient on the CT side, if I remember correctly. I'm not entirely sure, so... Should have pulled out that information. Let's check it out. So... Detailed stats. No, they didn't win it. Yeah, they won the CT pistol on the second half. Yes, exactly. Okay. So the question is, can they do it here? On the T side. Both of the teams with very good CT sides so far. It's the T side that is a little bit lacking from XI. Mol catches a very nice early kill on this Teso. And already even the push towards the second. This is supposed to be a lot of information towards the CT already. Not spotting anybody inside the apps except that one player. Nobody's on middle. Nobody's actually on the second middle. This is supposed to be a very easy understanding that it is just going to be a B-side patch. And just look at the rotations. Yeah, it's being called out. The nade combo is going to be perfect. So one of the players from the cross has been opened up from the air. Of course, a few reacts to the player on a new box. It's enough to open it up. Those clocks. I do have to say, it didn't even look like the clock when it was even close to the head. But of course, if it hits it from the air, it hits it from the air. Who am I to judge? Skace makes it a little bit uncomfortable for one of the players to... Whoa. Of course, the fadeaway headshot is going to work out. Meanwhile, Maul with the dualies. Inside that corner, everybody's actually getting away. He doesn't have the kits, so... If he had the kits, does a little bit more damage. Maybe Skaze. No, it's not gonna. Yeah, he's okay. For a second there, I thought he was gonna lose his armor. He good. He good. Ooh. How do you like the desktop? Winning the pistol definitely gives them a chance. A lot of nades being spent at the start. Actually, we're seeing the Nova coming into play. So, it's been a while. I was talking about it yesterday. Haven't seen the weapon being used in a while, and of course it comes out with a kill too. A shot to the face. A full buckshot. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Nice kill from Maul. Maybe goes a little bit for too much on the seconds. Maybe in that situation, that backup. You already had the kills right now. The bomb will be rotated a little bit closer towards the A side. So, Craig. First one in line to go for the fight here. Wrapping around from long. Now the question is for what kind of a play they want to go for. This will be few. Crosshair placement, just waiting for a player to pop in from that boulder, but nobody's actually holding it. It's just going to be a full side hold. And they will be pushing from the CT spawn towards the B sides, and nobody seems to have a clue here. Mizzy. Oh boy, he's left in an awkward spot. Nothing he can do. And Frostlev with the gap opening on middle. They were just hoping that that was going to be the one spot that they're not going to push into. And that was the right choice from XI. Very likely to make this a 7. And right now it's been confirmed as they are going to be saving those weapons for the next round. Making this look just a little bit better again. Boom goes the bomb. And that's a round on the board. MP9 and a Galil being safe for the next round. The question is that going to be enough? So far, 2 of the starting rounds being won, but it's when those weapons are going to pop up, that's where it gets interesting. There's a couple of armor being bought here from the side of Prestige, so it seems like they actually want to challenge this round just a little bit. How do I know how much they had in one map, first map for the kills? HLTV, hltv.org. So, if you ever want to get any information about the game, this is one of the best places to find it. You can actually find basically all of the games there. And they have detailed stats, simple stats, whatever, live stats, so... Whenever you want to go for information, hltv.org is the place for you. There we go. Early damage being done. That's okay. Doing a little bit of damage. This is Cincy just trying to jump on top of the half wall here. So they're gonna leave a couple of players trying to maybe bait one of the players from the B side to come in for a peek here. For a second there, Frostlev seemed like he had that idea. You just checking across. Nobody wants to go for the peek. Nobody's gonna take a shot to the face. But getting closer. It's going to be the hold to work out. If it works out, the first peek doesn't work out at all. Frostlev actually gets a double with the P2000. Sorry, P250. But Volke can't replace a kill there. So, they do get the B-side control. Nice spray through the smoke, but Cincy is just a little bit more superior. The damage has been done. 12 HP left. Missy with Maul. They can actually go for the retake here. It doesn't matter if they lose the weapons. They have a buy on their next round anyways. But if they did save that armor, that would be huge. It's just a better buy. So Missy will be left behind to try to farm. Meanwhile, everybody, Maul is going to save that armor. So that's going to be the right choice. He can actually even drop the 5-7 for his teammate, who's going to op. So even a secondary weapon there. I didn't actually focus too much on who's the main opper here on Prestige. So I hope we're going to get that information soon. Boom goes the bomb. And here we see the buy. Are we going to see the large scope coming in? A round lead for the side of XI. And it's just going to be full riflers here. Volke, Prestige up. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, CDC's XI's up. Volke was the one that I was not sure about. I did see him grab it a couple of times. The problem is on Ancient. Other people were holding on to it too, so that confused me a little bit. Skaze. First kill on to Frostlev. Great start here. On the T side, you might not actually want to go for the Maul with a quick trade here. Wins the fight towards the second mid. That's going to be Cincy. Fully Blind actually wins that fight. The Molotov 4 boiler is going to be the one to go. So they basically have A-side control with a player. Very deep inside towards that library. And that's actually a library plan too. So now the question is, Prestige, do they even want to think about it? No. They are going to go for the save. And the T-side Inferno here seems to be the superior way to go. XI. Slowly but surely starting to pull some of these rounds back. Boom goes the bomb. And another round on the board. Seems to be a technical pause here. Not quite sure what's going on. Hopefully it's not going to be a long pause. For a little while there, it seems like XI had a bit of a flow. So to break that up could be a problem. And a silent moment here. Seems like something's being written on the chat, so maybe we're getting back to it. And back we are. So, Prestige. Full buy again. We're not going to see the op on the hands of Volke yet. So, if they could actually handle this round without losing that many weapons, we might see it on the next one. But to be honest, looking at the money, I don't think it's going to happen. Especially as it's not being bought on the enemy team as well. So, there might be a couple of rounds that we're going to see that op. Some early utility damage done, but not much. That's going to be the retaliation from XI. Try to bounce a couple of nades on the other side of that box. That flash is just going to be perfect. Almost getting the second kill few. Just quite can't catch it. That's going to be the quick trade from Craig. And already just a man rotation towards the B side. So that nade could do a little bit damage there. Oh, walks away from it. Perfect timing there from Volke. And right now the question is, what can you actually do as a CT on the A side? Pop flash to go for the second kill too. Makes it a 2 versus 2. This is actually doable for the side of Prestige, but X side, they're gonna get the side control, and they get to dictate how they want to manage this bomb plant. The more they're waiting, the worse it's getting at the moment. So closer towards the side right now. Prestige finally. They are close. That's going to be the first fake. Maybe if somebody wants to go through the smoke, that's going to be Nate to open it up behind the fountain. They know exactly where they're pushing from. Sinzi, first one in line to get a little bit closer. He has to be careful. If he goes down, that's his teammate Solo. Quick trade. Maul left in on 1-2-1, and Skaze from the new box trying to hold it down. That's a good nade. The problem is it doesn't do enough. A flash on the other side. Pops out the right way. Goes for the peak. Skaze win it. Utility play. 10 on the board. Prestige. Wiped. They can't go for a buy. The problem is it's always these broken buys that they have. Still not seeing the op. Still not seeing the full utility. Go. Early catch. And from the side of Prestige, the CT side has been very lackluster so far. Not a single round here. Coming very close in a couple, but the problem is they just can't get over the line. And right now looks very doable, especially with the kill from Craig. To open up that B side, that's going to be another shot there. Misi drops Skaze, but Craig actually gets basically unharmed from that situation away, so he gets away from that little chaotic situation. It's okay. The bomb will be brought towards the side. Nikki actually wins a very good fight there. That's going to be an extra weapon for them as well. And from Banana, if they don't win the fight, this is going to be a 2 versus 3. And Sinzi, he has to go for the play here. It's going to be the wing towards Long. First kill, he gets caught off. This is just going tits up at the moment. XI with a perfect round. They are giving it away on the other side of that smoke. This is just getting impossible at the moment. Missy, Volke, the only thing he has to do is just hold on to the bomb. Even with the 10-second defuse, Missy can't hold it. Does the damage, goes for the swing. This is just going to be the retake. They even bring the weapons. A round that was supposed to be easily XI's. Prestige, they turn it away. Oh boy. Well, enough money in the system for XI to go for a full buy here. That's gonna be the Molotov and utility on the side of that smoke. So if they want to go for an early play, at least a tick could give their information away. And that's a heavy amount of utility being spent at the start, just to make sure that that middle will be held. Molo readying up with that smoke. That timing is gonna be perfect. Just leaving about 30 seconds on the clock when it fades away. Beautiful ult coming in from the short. That's sneaky. With a triple. Basically, the push has been taken care of. And that was the money from the T side as well. They went for a full buy here. Emptying every single penny out of their box. Beautiful timing from Molo to get that clean kill. It's going to be Cincy to drop one. But as long as they can actually hold 3 weapons for the next round, it's going to be perfect for them. And finally, we might actually see enough money for a buy out of that op. Volke getting the big green. Or not. Full rifles again. Maybe feeling a little bit comfortable. Of course, at the moment, looking at the fact that it is going to be pistols. So that's got to be the right read. Skates with 25 kills. That is just fucking ridiculous. So, not trying to hold with an op against pistols rushing at you is not going to be the way to go. So, rifle in hand, if they lose a weapon, they can actually replenish it with the op at that point. That's going to be the deemed nade too, so... Oh, the timing could have been perfect here. So, from Banana, that's Force Led with the first kill. Through the smoke, catches the second one. Perfect timing. And as XI, they are just going to be holding on to, maybe they could fake this bomb. Double swing, perfect hold. A 4K for Force Led, and he wants that ace. The problem is the last player is on the other side of the map. So for that to happen, he needs to go for the hunt. It's going to be up to Nikki to hold it down. Three rounds in a row for the side of Prestige. And this is a tied game at the moment, so... They did bring it back. Some kind of a form has been found. Finally, too. For a little while there. Got a little bit out of hand. Finally back into the game. So, round number 21. And we're getting very close to that full regulation number here. Early nade's been spent. Some damage been done towards Fuse, so he's dinkable with that M4 right now. Ooh, early kills. That nade is going to actually work out for one. First Love only gets one in between. That's going to be the Molotov to try to fend them off. B-side gained. Now the question is Prestige. Do they want to save the weapons or do they want to go for the fight here? They did have enough money to think about the retake here. Of course, it would stabilize the whole economy if they save those 3 weapons for the next round. But the problem is they do want to fight for the round as well. And this is where it gets a little bit kinky. The smoke to cover up the banana side off. The site, that is going to be the boost coming in about a second, 15 seconds left, and they seem to be just giving up. Seems to be the right option, just throwing a couple of utilities there to try to keep them into the site. And that's the right decision. Bomb will be going off right about now. And that's a couple of the players losing their weapons. Volke sacrifices himself for the god. Plural, gods. XI 11 on the board. Now the question is if we are going to be seeing a map number 3 rounds in a row for the side of Prestige. They did lose this one. Early banana contact not really going to their way. Trying to go for that aggression, just catching way too many nades at the time. Where's balcony they go? And this seems to be a full setup. Where's the A side? Quick peek coming in. They kill the player on top of the balcony. Nikki holds on towards the banana. One player getting through towards the CT. That's a nice catch from Few. Catches the second one as well. That crosshair placement is superb. Volke only with an op. With everybody in his team just getting executed at the same time. And XI, they get to their map point. Now the question is, are we going to see an overtime here? Kaboom goes the bomb. That's 12 on the board. XI. 6-0 start from Prestige. Basically pissed all of just all against the wall here. A bit of a choke. A very nice CT side there at the end from XI. The T side seems to be holding on very well. That's gonna be the double nades being spent towards banana, taking a little bit damage there. That's the nade to open up the smoke, but nobody's there to challenge it. Beautiful kill. I'm a little bit surprised that Volke decided to stay towards banana here. That's got to be the smoke to try to cover up the push. They do get a kill. I'm not entirely sure what Missy is doing, but okay. Through the smoke he goes. XI with the B side control, and this seems to be it. Seems like we are going to be hopping into Nuke. For a second there I thought this was going to be a quick day, but of course it isn't. This is EPL. There's no actual wins on any of these maps. CT side spotted. And closer we're getting into that Nuke. That's a nice kill actually from Malo. To try to pull it back. The problem is 13 seconds being left towards the clock. Oh, this is just not going to happen. Few even catches one of the kills on his teammate. Nice catch there at the end. Nikki goes down. And Nuke will be the map that this will be ending on. So, a 1-to-1 map trade at this point. A 13-to-10 on Inferno. XI actually looking a little bit better here on Inferno. I have to say their T side looking a little bit more crispier. Few having some of very good situations where he could actually pull up some good timings. Multiple kills per round. Nice to see that. But the question is, will that just go on Nuke? Are they going to cool off? Are we going to see more of the same? Let's take a little bit of a break and jump into Nuke and check out what's about to happen over there. So, welcome back to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time. We are going to be hopping into the game on Nuke. So, Prestige, they won the the knife round, and they decided to go with the CT side hold. It seems to be a quick push from the outer ladder. Both of the players starting to get a little bit closer towards that secret and CT portion off outside, but the first kill already landing for the side of Prestige. That's going to be the second one from Falke. And a bit of a push coming in towards the lobby here. That's going to be... Oh boy, holding down to that corner. Just a jumping shot from Nikki. Lands the hit like Kobe. That's going to be the bomb at the least brought down towards the B side here. They can go for the plant, and this is from Skaze to try to hold on to. Falke already found the kill, so that's done. And right now, Stesso has been left in a 1 versus 4. The more he could get, the better, of course. That's going to be one off. The second kill actually coming in too. Could he actually make this happen? USB trying to find its way, but it's going to be easy to control that fight. There it is. A quick little retake. And already the defuse coming in. A way to get back into this one. Prestige on their own map pick. Fumbling the bag after a 6-0 start. 13-10. Only 4 rounds. After that one, it was 3 rounds in total. Actually, in a succession too. On the CT side, look at that. The push coming in. That's gonna be the MP9 to find a couple of kills. This is a buy round coming out of XI. And at the moment, it's been contained. Only a lost player. A little bit of a dink there at the end, but XI to just can't make it happen. Similar score lines, 13-10, 13-10. Quick 2 pushes there. A-side pop attempted from XI. Absolutely rocked there at the start. Prestige, of course, they're gonna go for whatever buy they want to. Double nade setup being used if they want to go for a similar push again. A maul. Catches the kill onto Craig. So, that's a very nice entry there. Or defending kill. Make sure that nobody's going to go down for those deals. Roslev finds one. That push coming towards the A main. That's going to be dealt by Mizzy. And Tesso is very low outside. Well, Nikki already handled him. This will be Skaze. Left in a 1 versus 5. With just a little chance of actually doing anything. If he could go insane with that deagle, he needs very crispy, quick headshots to make this into a possibility, but he's not going to be just suspecting that somebody's holding it underneath that platform, and that's basically done. Hello? Is the microphone working? I hope so. Here we go. Early attempt. Loud and clear. Okay. Then we get. That's gotta be the early utility there. But it is going to be the smoke to try to cover up that squeaky. And we saw this yesterday. From XI. Ah, I understand. Okay. It's cool. Yeah, because we have had some microphone problems too, so it had not surprised me if there was a issue again. But God, thank you, Lord. This time around we don't have to set up with those. Sneaky. Through the smoke actually catches a player. That's gonna be the duel is coming out to play. And Frostlev catches Tesso. That's gonna be the first kill from the T side. Craig drops down Malo. Now the question is, can they keep it up? 2 players left alive. The bomb will be jetted towards the B side. That's going to be the quick rotation coming out of Missy. Actual spots both of the players. This is just information gained. Already the rotations coming in. Missy steps into the first one. That's going to be the nade just to make sure that he's not going to go for the close plant. Goes for the first tap. That's going to be the smoke. And nice adjustment on that corner. There it is. B side doesn't work out for XI. The attempted push at the start goes tits up, and that will be it. 4 on the board for Prestige. And XI, after a buy like that, they couldn't really do anything with it. Not that bad. 4 rounds in a row. Now the question is, can they keep it up? On Inferno it was 4. And after that it was a bit of a fiasco. Of course that was the T side. Kill from Missy. Not entirely sure what that was from Cincy. Maybe going for a little bit of a spawn push there. Trying to time somebody off. Wait a minute. What's happening at the moment? Skaze comes out with a kill. That's Deso with the nade. And Few catches a deagle shot. But it's brought back into a 2 versus 2. This is actually very doable still from the CT side. Especially one of the players is headshotable with that M4. The bomb will be finding its way towards the ramp, and this is sneaky. Just trying to sneak in towards that side. If they don't spot him, that could be a bit of a problem. One of the players actually challenging him. Here's the push coming in from the hut, and now it's all about the decisions. He has to go for the right pick. Does a lot of damage to one of the players. He has a smoke and a flash. Something has to give. That's gonna be the first and the second kill. He goes for them both. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. XI no round. How do you win that? A bit of a mistake, and of course, at the moment, giving them a little bit more salt. I love it. It's a shame on this game that you can... In my opinion, what Valve should do is after everybody's dead on a server and there's a 1 player left, you can just ramp the control or see whatever you use for crouching, and you could teabag the shit out of the enemies. That would be so cool. Here we go. What a round. Beautiful timing on that pick, too. Early attempt. Lobby crunch. Damage done. That's a good Molotov double. Just to make sure. Frostlev does get away from that situation, even catches the kill. Oh, thank you, Mumbai. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. You're a good boy. Meanwhile, a hole towards the B side. A player inside the vents. And now it's all about the reads. A mistake rotation from Prestige could give them the side. Frostlev actually finds a kill outside. How the fuck did Frostlev get dinked with an AK and lose 49 HP? He got dinked through the wall. Frostlev. Oh god, that looks just awkward. Nice catch there, and that was the second kill. Skaze actually drops Frostlev finally, but it's gotta be Missy with a quick trade. And Zinze left in 1 versus 2 with one of the players already spotting him. So he has the bomb. Now it's all about the right decisions for the site. He needs to catch something. That's gotta be the plan going down. 30 seconds left for him to fool around with it, and now it's going to be reset to 40. And Missy is just looking for that timing. It's gonna be a quick catch from Zinze. Maul. Oh, that nade could be perfect. It's gonna be perfect enough to confuse him. Goes for the swing and another clutch. Same spot on the side too. Prestige. They just keep on giving. 6 rounds in a row. Exactly how Inferno started. Now the question is, can they break the curse? A full buy still from the side of XI. And right now, just a little bit of a timeout could be the way to go. Just have a conversation here on how they're losing some of these fights at the moment. And I have to say, XI, on some of these situations, it's not that they're making wrong decisions. They're getting into good spots. The issue is that it seems like they're getting confused, and they're a little bit confused themselves on how good of a spot they're actually getting. For example, that main pick for a player to come up with utility by himself, not really checking all of the angles. You don't have to stress the utility that much. Just keep the guns up. You have the superior angle there. It's these little mistakes here and there. Prestige. They seem to be enjoying every single step at the moment. If it fits, it sits. Technical pause. A good time for the players to maybe have a little bit of a conversation what they want to do with this one. Now the question is, what could work? They have tried A-side batches, of course not with full execution utility. We could see a smoke line to cut off the A-side. Maybe take it a little bit slower outside. That could work out. They have been just basically rushing to some of these spots, and it's not that XI is playing total worse. They do get the side controls. They get the plants down. Even on man lead, the problem is that everything after that really goes to shit. So now the question is if it's gonna hold. So this time around, XI. No quick plays. This is just going to be a very slow default. Basically with a couple of players pushing from outside, heading into that secret, already gaining that control. Nobody from Prestige is actually spotting this push over here. It's just going to be Nuke with the basic information, knowing that there was a smoke wall. And Sinzi will be dropping from that silo. That's Few with a nice kill on the Falke. So an entry kill again. Now the question is, will they build on top of this one? Sinzi comes out with the second kill onto Nuke. That's a huge one. Already a 2-man lead. And on Inferno, 6 was the straight that they had. I'm not sure if Frostley spotted Craig on that cross. I don't think so. That's a great catch. Missy even had the right idea on the spray. To worst secret, Maul actually comes out with his own kill. They bring it back to a doable number at the moment, and Few, he has to go and grab the bomb right in front of Maul. Maul, the only thing he has to do is just be careful. Few, perfect angle, perfect timing, and Frostlev left in a 1 versus 2. The bomb will be brought back in. Spotted outside, knows exactly where the push is going forward. The problem is Frostlev doesn't have the information. Down below, so far away from all the action. If he wants to go for the retake, he has to go through the vents, and it's being covered very heavily at the moment. But he's going to be rotating towards secret. At the moment, it seems like he actually just wants to go for the save. At this point, it is just going to be suicide. Save the offer in the next round. Keep the money rolling. And that's enough for them. A round for the side of XI. And it is the curse of the 6th round. Not a bad start at all. So, Prestige. That was almost a team kill. That was almost a team kill. Go. Nice catch. Great nade. That's Molo. Already catching one of the players. Where am I from? I'm from Finland. Half Dominican, half Finnish. All the way from Caribbean. Outside fight. Doesn't work out for Falke. A little bit too much being shown. Not really ready for the right angle push there. And this is just XI. Bringing it back to 4. What the fuck was that? that was a fadeaway one tap to the face. Even catches the player from silo. Oh boy, this is starting to look a lot more better. Nikki, he does catches the quick trade there, but the problem is They do have the man advantage with B-side control. This is going to be hell to try to retake. I just have to say, you can't really fault Prestige for that one. He didn't really do anything wrong. The problem is that getting a headshot from a moving target like that, that's just not supposed to happen on CS, but it seemed to be happening right now. Oh boy. That just has to suck. Well, that's another round in a row for the side of XI. And maybe there's something to it. The 6-0 lead seems to be cancerous for the side of Prestige. A couple of very odd shots coming in. it's easy to commentate a funny round when that happens. I just have to say, if we had the opportunity to have a like a replay situation, that would be the highlight of the round. Just a fadeaway recalibration headshot right there. He wasn't actually even trying to. He was just trying to hit him somehow and just maybe scare him off. Just happened to hit him on the face. So some of these players, they're accurate. For example, Few, he had a couple of great moments there. If you give him a target, he's gonna hit that headshot. So the Danes, they're mechanically gifted, very gifted. That's a shot to the face, grazing the wall. Stesso will be taken out. Still leave you with a bit of a headache right there. Sinzi is just waiting for a similar fight here. Not entirely sure where he's posted. Yeah, from the lobby at the moment. Oh, thank you, Dead Chrome. You guys are very nice today. I'm not sure why, but we'll figure out a little bit later what you guys are actually thinking about. So, lobby plays will be given away. So that's XI starting to push the players a little bit closer outside, readjusting the smokes. And it seems like outside will be the play for Theo, trying to hunt for some kind of a kill here. Anything could be better. That's a little bit of a challenge there inside that smoke. First Love is going to find a kill onto Craig. They don't actually go for the full spread here, so this takes way too long at the moment. Molo is just going to enjoy this kill for free. They do drop from the vents with that bomb to get that bomb down. Frostlev gets the information, doesn't actually stick to it. He goes with his teammate towards the ramp. Okay, that's just an open plan in front of him. So, that's just got to be the kill from Nikki, shared. And right now, Few left in a 1 versus 4, which is almost impossible, especially if he walks right in front of this op. Even through the glass, it gives the killing shot, and that will be the 7 on the board. They do gain more. Now the question is, there's so many rounds to be played for 3, to be exact. Bringing this to a 10-2 would be a ridiculous start. Seems like we're getting a little bit of a tactical pause from the side of XI. They need to have a conversation on how are they losing so many players at the start. As an in-game leader, that's hell. Before you even go through the strats, 2 players have died. That's a shitty situation. So, 10 seconds left on freeze time. 7 minutes to score. 5 rounds of a lead. Prestige, they want to just keep the pressure. We will see what kind of a plan they're going to cook up. So, for AKs, that's going to be one of the Tech 9s. To be honest, you don't need the full row of AKs. Tech 9 is going to be enough if you are going to go for a side pass through the smoke. Skates actually finds the first kill onto Frostlev. And this will be a full spread outside. Through the main already, they have so much control. But Volke somehow actually found that kill towards the main. So, stabilizes the situation. Catches one of those kills, brings it back to a 4-on-4. And for Prestige, I needed a 300 euro bet. Oh boy. How much did you bet? For who? Close to the main. A dink received, but the kill for Stesso. Backside gets a little bit sloppy, but Craig helps out with that kill, and this could be a call for Prestige just to leave it. Few nails the shot onto Molo. Volke Oh, the insurance is definitely not going to pay for that op, so he wants to bring it back towards the second round. Okay. 1.6. So you put 300 euros on 1.6. That's a lot of money. Or how much did you put? How much did you bet? Was it 300 or are you going to win 300? I'm getting a little bit jelly. Today I bought some new wheels for my car and spacers. That was 700 bucks. If I want to bet like that, that would be paid off. Bernak, thank you very much. You're a good boy. Here we go. Another round on the bag. In the bag. Grape! Oh, I love that video. 3 on the board. A couple of more rounds to make it a 5. Nice photos. Thank you very much. Oh, great that you loved it. Great kill from Craig to drop the player from the catwalk. That's going to be missing with a quick trade. So he spots the players. Tesso. Make sure that the A side is going to be kept safe. With Theo at Cinzy's last 2 kills, I think the round is basically done. Nikhil left in a 1 versus 3 and basically sandwiched. And that's done. Oh, okay. 1.60, 300 euros. So that's going to be like 170 euros more. 460, 480, something like that. Nice. Okay. That's cool. Respectable. 480 bucks. Buckaroos. Here we go. Somebody's getting a little bit desperate. If XI win, I will give you 100 euros. You can't pay for the win, brother. They have to win by themselves. That's the problem. So, early fights and straight ones from the main. That works out for Skaze. This time around there will be just a little bit quicker. Of course, these are just pistols and a couple of MP9s. One of them already lost. That's Molo with a kill on the Skaze. That's just a little bit money. That's working out for him. Stesso drops Missy through the smoke. That's going to be Sinze. Just making sure nobody's going crazy on the Squeaky. And right now, this is getting into a tough spot. That's going to be the Molly. And a nice catch there at the end. They do make it a 5. 5 rounds for XI. To be honest, if we think it from the start, it looked a little bit bad. 6 rounds in a row. That's a bad situation to be at. But for Prestige, sorry, for XI, 5 rounds at the end of the day on Nuke. Very workable as long as you have a CT side. This isn't the worst situation to be at. You hear the clicks. Frostlev, the only player to actually hit double digits. Technical pause. Time for the players to get their things in order. Here we go. Yeah, almost a game where everybody has impact. Yeah, this has been a little bit more stable today. I'm not entirely sure which one do I like more. Do I like the Astralis type of teams where everybody's just consistent, it's very good CS? Or do I like the FaZe side of things where one player just goes fucking nuclear and makes the game very interesting, and maybe they'll win, maybe they don't. So I'm not entirely sure which one do I prefer more. I do have to say that the FaZe example is a lot more entertaining, but this is also entertaining. Skaze comes out with a double kill at the start. He goes a little bit too much there. Nuke gets the quick trade, but it's gonna be few to get the two-man advantage there at this end. XI on the brink of actually winning a pistol round. I have to say, some of these pistol round wins. Catch from Nuke. Just a mad advantage now. Stream lagging again, really? Okay, from my end, I can't see it, but hopefully it gets fixed. Sorry for that, boys. Obviously a tough spot. So B-side seems to be the way to go. The question is, are they going to be checking underneath or actually over the catwalk here? Krag gets the... Well, that's going to be easy kills for him basically at this point. And Frostlev left in a bit of an impossible situation. B-side is a little bit tough if you don't check those corners. Always want to make sure that nobody's actually hiding anywhere. Sucky in a way that there's not that many covered spots where you can actually plant on B side, but the idea is that if you already got to the B side, the CT side has basically failed, so you know. Here we go. Nuke catches a glimpse of that nade. This is just gotta be pistols this time around. Try to save money. Nice catch from Cincy to drop down Nuke. And it's gotta be the outside push. The MP9 finds a kill, but Mitzi with the quick trade to make this more doable. Off we go. Nice catch, and this is going to be a clean round. Just losing a player, not the end of the world. Right now, the only thing they have to do is just hold on to the weapons. I'm just trying to understand. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's gonna be a bot in the next round, so... Okay. Ooh, nice execution there. Stesso will be jumping into the fight, hearing that the player dropped down now. Molo has been given just a bit of a chance here. He doesn't have the bomb, it's outside. So far away from the action. Can't really do anything there. And that's how it goes down. So, it's gonna be the tie. And here is where it gets interesting. So, as quickly as they can reply, the quicker the better. But for XI, if they could actually hold on to a CT round like this, that could be the best jump into this half. Already winning a couple of rounds to bring it back to a tie after that 6-0 lead. This could be demoralizing for Prestige to lose the control here. A deep flash towards outside too. It doesn't seem like the CT side they want to actually go for a quick challenge here. Not even with the MP9. They're just going to play conservatively this time around. On top of the huts, just holding close angles and leading it up for Prestige to go for the switches here. Whatever play they want to go for, that's how it's going to go. Meanwhile, that's going to be the smoke wall outside, and Cincy, if he could go for a perfect time, that's a lot of damage, and the double kill coming in for Few to make this actually happen. Just a single trade outside from the secret, and that double hold setup works out to perfection. They weren't ready for it, but Frostlev does drop Greg to make this a little bit more interesting. So, just a man disadvantage is actually doable on the T side. The question is, can they gain the side control? The bomb is still close to that secret. Frostlev actually drops down Cincy. This is a 2 versus 2, but the bomb control still on the CT side. And it doesn't seem like Prestige, they know about it, because they're on the other side of the map right now. They have to go for one of the longest switches here. Stesso already stepping behind them. 35 seconds left. They have to run to the bomb, run back to the side and plant it. And I think this is done. Prestige. I'm not entirely sure what the call here is, especially after that Molotov. It's basically done. A smoke in front of it too. And he plays it so well. Goes to the other side of the smoke. And Prestige, they're just going to give up. They didn't notice they didn't have the bomb. To push into the secret like that with the bomb. Of course, they weren't waiting for a double man hold, but... oh boy. What a sucky way to lose a round. Especially after all of the work to bring it back to 2 versus 2. And with so much map control too. That has to leave a mark. That was a seagull. My friend is fighting with a seagull. Back into the groove. So. Way to lose a round. Already early kills being dropped. That's few again coming out on top. A smoke to puff off the ramp here. For a secondary, it looked like they wanted to actually go for the ramp challenge. They are going to be just leaving that spot. Couple of shots to the smoke just to make sure nobody's lurking here. And reload out of that weapon. A dropped smoke again. XI is actually playing the ramp area very well, playing so much time off the clock right now with just the utility. The field is actually still posting here. With the 4 players left towards the other side of the map, they have so much control right now. And Prestige, they kind of have to go for a very hard decision here. Do they want to go just for a full side explosion? They have 45 seconds basically to fight for map control, and the problem is they're starting to lose it. Cincy comes up with a kill. It's a very sloppy hold coming in from the CT side of that vent. That was supposed to be a kill. A Molotov to cover off Heaven. They do lose another player. And this seems to be it. That's going to be the flash for the entry. He has to get a kill for this to happen. From the hut, it's going to be the denial. A nade to be dropped right in front of him. Very low in HP. Drops down. Is being held down. That Molotov lands to shit. And that's going to be Nicky with a double at the end. Prestige, they do fight for a round. A beautiful start from XI. And they fumble the bag. This is just getting closer and more unpredictable by the second. At the moment, there's a little bit of a situation where the team that actually gets the first kill, they might actually lose a round. There we go. Early catch. Getting dinked at the same time, too. Few getting dropped. That's going to be Maul with the kill on the Craig. Nice jobs. Of course, these are just pistols, so... oh, the second I say it, of course, they're going to go down for one, but they do handle the end portion very well. And that's 9 on the board. XI. Not enough money for an op. Just enough to go for the rifle setup here, with a couple of utilities here and there. And just looking at the amount that they're going to actually go for the... every single penny will be spent here, except with 3 players. They're going to be saving $50 for the next round. With the 2,400 loss bonus, it's just not going to be enough. So, if they lose this round, and they lose most of the weapons, it's going to be a save. Oh god, Mizzy just leading the push. Nicky's just getting a double by himself. Craig finally stops the tyrannic raid towards the A side, but this is Maul. Just taking A side control. He has so much information. He could actually call his teammate over towards the A side, but they already have the lower side control. And with the late lurk, Mole could do it all. Pushing outside. From the vent dive, Crave will be spotted. And this is exactly what I was saying, is if XI, they lose that... Well, I have to say, they have to go for the save anyways. Barely getting a kill. Not enough money for the next round. The only way they can actually buy in is with an SMG combo. And at that point, it just gets very questionable. Meanwhile, Prestige making their 10th, saving weapons, money, everything, even their nerves. But usually, these are the moments where the mistakes start to seep in. Yep, nobody's behind the box. You can trust it. Two rounds of a lead here for Prestige. XI still not out of the game, but getting a little bit shaken here. Shook to the core. As they were doing a lot better. Early Molotov even for the hut there. This will be Frostlev. I need to open up the smoke if anybody is holding the other side of that ramp. That's gotta be the flash just fails just a little bit. It was a nice throw, but the problem is angle is a little bit off for the player holding on top of the ladders. So for Frostlev, that's basically going to be an easy kill. And right now, Prestige is playing this round so well. They know there's one rifle. A couple of pistols have been bought, so no reason to go for anything crazy. Just hold for the pushes. Try to gain as much map control as you can. And at the moment, what we're seeing is working very well. And it's going to be Nikki with a kill. Skaze catches one onto him, and it's going to be Maul with the best perfect timing. Volke drops quick in front of the main, and that's going to be Skaze. Last player, spray control from Missy is beautiful. $11 on the board for XI to win this. This is kind of one of those have-to-win rounds. Not just because you bought everything, it's because Prestige is about to hit match point. Op duels non-existent so far. It's basically been the rifle so far. I have to say, AKs on a map like this, it works to a T. That's gotta be the Molotov outside of the warehouse. Inside that smoke, if anybody goes for the nade here, Skaze is in trouble. Meanwhile, Frostlev on the other side of it, both with the similar ideas, trying to push through that smoke. Being spotted, Skaze catches the first kill, but it's going to be Nikki with a quick trade. So outside control falls for the side of Prestige. A little bit of damage, just taking nothing else. That's a good smoke to take just a bit more control, and he could actually go for the challenge here on top of the CT heaven. Nikki catches that quick kill, but it's going to be Cincy with the quick trade. So, last three of the players starting to head towards the ramp. And from hell, if he decides to go for the peak at the wrong possible timing, he does survive it. It's going to be the Molotov to push him away from that. 50 seconds left, and the call for the B-side push has been given. It's going to be the retake. 45 seconds for them to find the control and try to plant that bomb. And just looking at the utility, they still have a smoke, a couple of flashes, and a nade. Some of them has been used, and Craig left in a rock and a hard place on the right side. There's gonna be that attempt. He's not even checking the right corner, but he still gets the kill on the planter. That is huge. Now the question is, can they hold on to it? It's gonna be the flash to try to cover up the plant, and he goes for it. Maul opens up the doors, starts to focus on the secret push. One of the players, right side of that ramp, has been spotted. The push coming in, catches the kill. That's going to be a beautiful opener. The op shot hits perfectly. And from the double doors, it's going to be Cincy to shut it down and gain the round. XI still in the game. Oh God, that came close. That came way too close to comfort. Just and literally... Volke just had to pull the trigger And that was a kill for the double doors. It was just way too quick. Now, there's always that little question. Do you want to go for the peak? Do you want to play a little bit more time? He knew he had to go for it. The problem is he had the right idea, just not quick enough. Prestige. They have given us a game. X still fighting for that last glimmer of hope. Of course, with a couple of rounds won, Prestige, they can actually go for a buy here. It's going to be the ramp lost already. Molotov to make sure that it's burning. Hell will be hot. Right now, it's getting a little bit more silent. Double push from the lobby. Missy's holding down the angle. Oh, quick spot there. He saw you. Almost a beautiful nade. Idea was correct. Volke catches the kill on the Craig. And that's going to be the man disadvantage. A double peek. A double push, sorry. Both of the players will be lost. Tesso tries to pull back what he had. And right now, it's getting a little bit closer towards that 12, especially with the kill from Nikki. That's going to be Skaze to bring it back at least to a 2 versus 4. And they still need so many more kills here. Bomb yeeted over towards that A side, and now it's a tough situation. Do you even want to try this? No, you want to save those weapons for the next round. Giving the map point, the match point for Prestige. That has to sting. Oh, that is going to hurt their souls. 25 seconds clicked on the screen. 3 rounds is what they need to pull this back. Prestige just with 1. I'm just gonna go for it. Maybe we are going to be seeing a rush towards the A side. Something like that would totally catch XI out of control, out of their element. And looking at the money, that could actually work. They don't have enough for a full buy. Depend if they want to go for an M, yet they can't even actually go for it. So a few can drop a weapon, but it's gotta be MP9s. MP9 and an M4. Op, Skaze, he's gonna go for a FAMAS. So right here, they have set it up so far so well. Used a lot of utility on towards that A side, burning the hut every single time on some of these rushes. So if they wanted to go for actually that A side push, now would be the time. Explosion to make this happen. XI. Looking at the kills at the moment. 20 for Nikki on the XI side. That's got to be 17 for Skaze. 1 KD for him. A bit over 1.5 here for the side of Nikki. That's the door open with a nade. Utility being spent. For a second here, it looked like they wanted to go for the full execution. And that's exactly what's about to happen. I called it so well. Nikki with a double to open up the A side. It is going to be the A side bash to work out. So much utility being spent. Even another smoke to cover off the main. Through the smoke, it's got to be Maul to find out Cinzy. And oh boy, does it work. A side for the win. Bomb has been planted. And Skaze with fuel left to try to pick up the pieces. Another smoke. So much utility in front of him. The push coming in from the heaven, but through the smoke, it will be ended by Mizzy. And congratulations for the boys in the lion logo. So I have to say, that was good for Prestige. And the last call to actually go for the A-side execution, it works out to a T. I have to say, a beautiful way to actually maintain that last round and make it happen. And for XI, They kind of had a couple of moments there. They did win their enemy's map pick, but the problem is they still can't hang on their own picks, and that's where it basically went to shit. So that's done for me today. There's another caster that's going to take the range for me. I'm going to actually hop for a gym session. That's where I'm going to go. So congratulations for Prestige. There's still another game that is going to be starting in about a second. So let me actually check out what game it was. It was GenOne versus Heroic Academy. So these are lower bracket games, and unfortunately for XI, we have to say bye-bye. So that is done for them, and for Prestige, they do follow the lower bracket forwards, and it means that it's either going to be Heroic Academy or it's going to be GenOne who's actually going to go against them. So see you later. Hopefully you guys had a good time, and bye-bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the second map of the series. We have Train after GenOne secured the W on Dust to 13-7. Now, Heroic Academy are looking to take us to a third and last map. Will they be able to? That's the question. Steps already made and heard. Nuke is going to spot a couple of players in Pop Dog here, and he will reposition to a more safe angle. Tarky. Presence in B halls here. The shots are not connecting. But that information might be sufficient. Doesn't want to go chasing just yet. He wants to wait. Dengzo and FNL still have plenty of utility. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov. And now they will use that util. It will be the finish on the A side. We got Brooksy with the off angle from Hell. Holding. For these players walking out. Pop Dog at the same time. Chucky is there. But he's going to get smoked off. But it's all a fake. It's all a ruse to go to B. But Nuke is going to take down Dodo. And with that frag, now Heroic Academy are going to go back to this A side. Tap on that bomb once. Chucky is going to eliminate Scrub. Bomb hasn't been planted yet. The T's are looking for a couple of frags, but hard to find them. Chucky gets another Dengzo. Finally, we have a frag for the Heroic Academy side, and he gets the second. But the HP is running low, and neither of these players have armor. But FNL, a headshot from his side on target. It's a 2 versus 2. Dengzo and FNL both applying pressure on Slee 9000, but he's still standing. He's still living. Dengzo. This duo have some space now, but they're not going to go for the bomb just yet. FNL is going to get to work. They know that the last 2 CTs are on Ivy, and Dengzo is going to hold first contact. FNL as well has the off angle from sight. Dengzo hears the steps of the CTs running towards Hell, and Dengzo, he needs one more kill here. FNL is going to take down Nuke, and Slee 9000 is the last one standing, but oh, it's Dengzo and FNL, a 2 versus 5 here to secure the pistol round. Was Caster muted last map or just came back? I was not here. Unfortunately, I was not here. It was my mistake. I had a scheduling conflict with my university, and I thought that I was going to cast tomorrow and not today. But I'm here for the second map and potentially the third, if there's going to be a third one. Amber running through his teammate's utility. He will get the first frag. Long range play with that Mac 10 for the second player. Ooh, Chucky's going to get one. But Amber and Dengzo are getting frags. Amber is low HP. Ideally, you would want him to just sit and wait. Ooh, that's a nice frag grenade from Dodo. And there will be 4 players alive for Heroic Academy. Heroic Academy. When it comes to Train, they are a good team, of course. Seeing what happened on that first map, I don't think we can say that they are the favorites to win the match, but they are the favorites to win Train, that's for sure. GenOne, looking at their Train record, it's not as good as confident, if I should say. Amber taking a lot of damage from the flames. Brooksy with a double kill, and Nuke is going to take down Dengzo. FNL and Scrub versus 4. FNL saw Heroic Academy make a 2 versus 5 possible. Now, FNL, he knows where both CTs are. One on Pop Dog, the other with the up. On Ivy. But FNL has got time, and he's going to use it. Smoke on the left side, and he has that Molotov he wants to flush out. Oh, that is so smart, going above the Train here. He gets the first frag, but not the second. FNL. He played that well, but the reaction from Slee 9000 was quick. Nice try. FNL on Train is crazy, yeah. GenOne. I mean, they still have a lot to prove when it comes to Train. Brooksy's coming in. Nuke will be the first one to fall. Brooksy's going to get that trade. Dengzo will get the kill on him. And now a man advantage for Heroic Academy, but here comes the op. Here is Chucky in a great position. He's not smoked off just yet. Now that smoke is going to arrive. And there's only one defender on this A bomb site now. That's 9000. They know where he is. He's getting tagged, surrounded by T's here, approached by Dengzo and his squad to eliminate him. They know where the op is, but they have no idea where Tarky is. But that bomb is going to get planted with no interruption. Scrub is going to spot Tarky, but it will be the save call from the CT side, as they don't want to lose these weapons. GenOne played Train yesterday versus Rebels, and it was a 13-6 victory. But 2 days ago, they played versus Kronjelands, a team that are better prepared on Train, and they lost 13-6. Bottom line is, GenOne don't play a lot of Train. Here goes. Dengzo. Nice shot from Chucky with the op. Dodo's gonna get the trade, and the op is still pushing. And Burr. Oh, he will decapitate Chucky, and Slee 9000 just a Mac. Excuse me, a USP. He will get found by Dengzo's Mac 10. Tarky with the MP9 in hell. Now they have no idea that he's here. They think that he's on B or something. Oh, Dodo is gonna find out where he is, and Scrub is going to get the job done. Heroic Academy, a 3-round lead now. We got the full buy from GenOne. Tarky is going to drop that incendiary after he got tagged by Dodo. Didn't want to get pushed. Chucky, aggressive in B halls. There's a player waiting for him on the left side, and is going to win the fight versus Dodo, who spots 2 CTs. And now Dengzo, only good for the 1 frag. Tarky's lucky to be alive with 4 HP. Smoke on the left side, but Chuk, he has an angle, and he's going to hold that, and he will take down FNL. Scrub, he's not ready for the second player here. The spacing from GenOne so good on this round. And Amber is eventually going to fall to GenOne. That's round number 2, a team ace. Heroic Academy immediately called for a timeout after what just happened. I guess they were not happy. Chucky is going to take down Deng Zhou. He will not survive the airstrike. Great utility usage from GenOne, and that's a big kill to find because Deng Zhou has always been the one to frag for Heroic Academy whenever they win the rounds. A main control. Brooksy. That smoke is going to delay whatever plan Heroic Academy had. Tarky takes on FNL Scrub with a trade on Brooksy. Heroic Academy know that the defense is split 2 on A, 2 on B. And time is starting to run out here, 40 seconds. Tube, that is a risky move, but it will be his teammate to get the trade. And Tarky finds even another one. Cripple kill from Tarky. Bomb is down on B. And this round is over. Scrub is miles away. And there will be no attempt to win the 1v3 as there is not enough time. And the chances were low to begin with. GenOne, a very important third round. Heroic Academy, they had their timeout. Heroic Academy money is decent to go for a buy again. Two rifles, the AWP, MAC-10 and the Eagle. Nuke. Gonna drop that smoke. Chucky is in a great spot here. The flash is not going to blind him, and Scrub will fall. He was getting ready to fight the guy in connector. Or somewhere behind. But they had the wrong guess. Tarky. A flashbang on Dodo. But they're not going to use that. It will be the contact play. Chucky to take down Deng. So Tarky executes FNL. Just Dodo remaining. And oh my. It is a flawless round here from GenOne. They only take 1 point of damage. And that was on Nuke, I believe, from the HE. He dropped to 99 HP. But other than that, not a scratch. The economy of Heroic Academy is broken. It's just pistols now. And they had a great start, but GenOne have adapted well. And look at Chucky. 2 kills found. Dodo with a P250 is going to find one. Ducky misses the shot. Pushes to the USB though. And he will find himself another. And there we have it. A little run boost to start the round off. Darky's gonna play aggressive. He's in front of the Molotov and the HE. Heroic Academy, they really need this round. They lose this one too. Then they will be in trouble. Good Molotov, Tarky. Gonna have to reposition and give up B halls here. Chucky takes down Scrub. And Heroic Academy don't really have any control other way on the map. Dengzo out, but Tarky, we heard the taps. Heroic Academy, they look very lost right now. Tarky, he's been excellent on the B defense here. Amber and FNL, they get a couple of frags here. It was a 2 versus 5 clutch on pistol, and it looks like only Heroics needed for Heroic Academy to win the rounds, because when it comes to the defaults, GenOne have been the better squad. Molotov is great. Chucky's gonna extinguish the flames. Oh, the no-scope actually lands on the legs of Amber, but no frag found. However, that's gonna matter. Nope. It's gonna be respected. Bomb has been planted. Brooksy will go from heaven. Sleep 9000 takes on Amber and FNL as well. He doesn't need his teammates' help. GenOne. They can't be stopped. After winning 5 rounds in a row, GenOne are going to call for a timeout to check if this is real. Two rounds remaining on this first half. Heroic Academy, they need at least one of those. 9,000. Oh, no, he's going to change his mind. Dengzo and Amber, big kills coming in here for Heroic Academy, but both players are low HP. And Chucky is in a good position with the op. Slee 9000 takes down Dengzo. Smoke in front. Oh, a lot of damage done to FNL. And Chucky got one, but Amber will respond. He's not going to let him get away with that. Tarky takes down FNL. It's not looking great for Heroic Academy. Tarky has an HE, but look at Amber going around the world. Scrub will fall to Tarky. And he will get the last one as well. Triple kill from Tarky. Great impact on the CT side here. And GenOne will keep that fire blazing. Extending the lead. Making it 7-4 now. A mid push, they will try once again, but look at Tarky. He's in a great position, finds himself a double, and Brooksy with a double kill as well. Heroic Academy, they've tried slow, they've tried fast, but after the first 5 rounds, they've gone ghost mode. FNL. Molotov is going to go on the other corner. Brooksy has an incendiary if he wants to use it. Smoke available for FNL. Brooksy. He will be patiently waiting. But he has to move. Time is running out. He's praying that somebody gives him a fight. He knows where Slee 9000 is. And he's hoping that he's going to step out, but no. And now, here he goes. He will fall to Brooksy. It's GenOne to win the first half 8-4 after they were losing 4-1. Let's take a look at the second half here. Heroic Academy. Will they be able to take us to a third? Scrub gets a bullet to the face. He's 19 HP now. He's going to run away. GenOne after that. Little goosh. They're not going to commit to B, at least not now. Scrub. Holding heaven. Ooh, clean headshot on Slee 9000. And the second one from Scrub. Long range fights. The USB superior. And it's Scrub with his great aim to find 3 headshots. FNL takes down Nuke as well, leaving Chucky alone. He gets Scrub finally, but there will not be more frags after that. Heroic Academy, a much needed pistol round. And there was no bomb plant from GenOne. Force buy from GenOne. 5 Tech 9s, and most of them are going to go towards Ivy. Straight to the smoke. Brooks is going to take damage. HG's going to come in from FNL. He hears the step. Is he ready? No, he's not. The flashbang was perfect. Oh, we got Chaos on the save. Bomb site. Ember and Squab are going to get the frags though, and Dota as well. And oh, there it is. Heroic Academy have it under control. They've only lost one player. But that's okay. Now GenOne have pistols again, but it's not the force buy. They need to wait for the AKs. Ember. The second kill of the round here. Might be a matter of time before this one ends. Bomb is actually going to get planted, which is a huge bonus for GenOne. But on the other side, Heroic Academy, 4 players alive is good. Not ideal, but good. All right. Heroic Academy are looking to tie the score here. GenOne got the full buy. The op out for Chucky, and he was a dangerous individual in that first half. Top of the scoreboard, in fact. 15 frags. A slow round from GenOne, but they still have a lot of utility remaining. Some pressure on lower, but it will be the finish on A. And Swab is the first one to hit the ground. Tarky takes down Amber as well. Big double kill from Tarky. Big performance coming from him on this second map. As the B anchor he had. Some great rounds. And he's going to deliver on the first gun round of the second half. With 2 entries, that will seal the deal for this round. Juke. Flashbang comes in. Juke is going to take that FNL. That's a big frag. One more weapon gone. Another round here. Brooksy. Oh, he's not going to get that frag, and Amber is going to eliminate Tarky, Dengzo, and Amber. On the A defense, they find 3 frags. Flashes coming in. And FNL executes Lee 9000 is just the op of Chucky remaining, and he's going to miss the shot. Heroic Academy, they win this round without losing a single player. And that is huge for their economy. But money is not a problem for GenOne. They can afford to buy again, that loss bonus being high. 2.4k if I'm not mistaken. Chucky. It will be Chuk to cast Crab, and I know that usually with this push there is a second player. But the Molotov, I'm gonna stop him. Chuk. He will find Dengzo. Another kill here for GenOne. Heroic Academy. They are in trouble. That incendiary is a bit too late as there's already a player out. And okay, Tarky rushes to shoot. His presence is now known. And Slay 9000 is going to eliminate FNL. Chuk takes down Dodo, his 3rd kill of the round here. Bomb is going to get planted. And this round will also go for GenOne, which means they will get to double digits. Which means Heroic Academy are running out of rounds to lose. They can't afford more losses now. They lost that first map. And they had a great start on Train. They were winning 4-1 if you just tuned in. But they dropped the ball. Chuk is going to walk out B, but Dengzo ready for Tarky. And Chuk made himself known as well. And Bert up close with the MP9. S23's coming his way. He's gonna get the first, nearly the second, thankfully, for Chucky. Brooksy's there to save his life. It's Brooksy and Chucky win this one somehow, and they're getting a couple of frags, but FNL gets another. He's been a bit quiet to his standards. The expectations were a bit higher from him on this map. Chucky. Chucky's gonna save that sniper.
Counter-terrorists win.
Heroic Academy are putting up a good fight here. GenOne try to go out mid, but Amber is going to catch Chucky. In the meantime, Tarky has found Dodo. That is the beat defender gone, and look at the reaction here. Heroic Academy immediately calling for rotations. Scrub gets one. Nuke is going to find that trade.
Bomb has been planted.
No defuse kit for Heroic Academy, weirdly enough, as they do have some excuse me, there is one. I didn't see it on Amber. But time is running out. A lot of Molotovs available. 19 seconds. They have to move, and I don't know why they're hesitating so much. Molotov on default. Nuke is going to fight in the flames, and he will get one frag. Amber's going to burn him, but Brooksy and Slee9000 are going to get the frags on FNL and Amber. Not the best retake there from the CT side. GenOne are 2 rounds away from winning series. Brooksy is going to find Dodo 9000 SFNL and Slee 9000. I mean, the defense crumbles. They try to play aggressive on main, but it doesn't go as planned. And Slee 9000 is so ready. He will not get the money. Brooksy is there, and Brooksy will fall as well. But Scrub, all he can do here is save his gun.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Map point for GenOne. Just pistols for Heroic Academy to fight. Three chances for the French side here to close out these. And Heroic Academy, honestly, I am disappointed with how they played this map. Can't say anything else too. Here comes the hit on B. Scrub, good first kill on Nuke. Flashbang comes in. And GenOne are going to cancel and pivot for the A side, especially after that frag from Chucky on Scrub. Ember, he is here, yes, but only a 5-7 to work with, and he's behind red. Sleep 9000 is going to take him down. FNL as well takes a lot of damage. Cannot really go out of a connector as there is a smoke and a Molotov in front of him. Bomb gets planted. Dengzo walks out. Pop Dog gets the first kill on Sleep 9000. That was the Loishi player. Brooksy is going to respond immediately. And FNL, what can he really do here? Just has the Deagle. No one is giving him anything. Eventually he has to start pushing him. Brooksy's going to take him down. There we have it. GenOne, they're going to secure the victory over Heroic Academy 2-0, convincing 13-7 on Dust2 and 13-9 on the second map. And this was a bracket match. Means Heroic Academy eliminated from the event. Like I mentioned on train, it was a good start. They were winning 4-1, but I don't know what happened after that. I'm not trying to try from GenOne. They did to punish the sloppiness of Heroic Academy, but I thought that'd be the third map. Anyways, congratulations to GenOne. They will be playing Vertige on Wednesday, and we will also have the upper final on Wednesday or tomorrow. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the matches. Make sure to follow us on our social at europeanprofleague on Twitter, and I will see you guys next time. Have a good day.